Legal counsel, anticipated litigation, government code section 54956.9, section C, subsection 1, section D, subsection 1, subsection 2, and conference with real property negotiators, government code section 54956.8, student discipline or other confidential student matters, ed code sections 35146, 48918, 48900, 48912, section B, and 49060, and 20 USC section 1232G. We have conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6. We have public employee discipline dismissal release complaint, government code section 54957. We have public employee performance evaluation, government code section 54957. Are there any comments on public comments on closed session items, Ms. Gomez? All right. Since there are no public comments, we will now adjourn to closed session. All right, welcome everybody. The Berryessa Union School Board regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will, reconvene to open session now. All right, we'll start with the flag salute. Trustee Jimenez, can you lead us in the flag salute today?
Yes. Everybody please stand, face the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I would request all of you to keep standing for just a minute. Today we pause to remember and honor the lives lost and the heroes who emerged from the tragedy of that unfolded on this day 23 years ago. Sorry, it still makes me a little emotional. Um, Today we stand together acknowledging the past while looking forward with hope, committed to cherishing each moment and supporting one another in the pursuit of a more compassionate world. Let's observe a moment of silence for the victims of 9/11. Thank you. Thank you so much. Trustee, sorry. Trustee Hogg, can you help us with the district mission statement today?
Of course. Berryessa Union School District provides all students the skills to become lifelong learners and successful 21st century global citizens.
Thank you for that. And Trustee Nguyen, can you help us with the norms of the Board of Trustees?
Yes, the Berryessa Union School District Board of Trustees agreed to focus on the interests of students at all times, be respectful, listen openly, address problems and process, not persons, keep each other informed, maintain confidentiality, work toward the future, learn from the past, equal participation from all members, and stay on task.
Thank you for that. I think the mic was off. Very good. All right. Disclosure of action taken in closed session. Dr. Fuentes, please.
A closed session has not been completed. We'll be
Yes.
reconvening after public session.
All right. Thank you for that reminder. Adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Agenda is adopted as presented. We don't have anything on recognition ceremonial, public comments and consent calendar agenda items. We don't have any. Any questions on consent calendar, or if not, may I have a motion for consent calendar?
I move to adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent calendar is adopted. Thank you so much. Where are we here? All right. All right, now we go on to comments from public on non-agenda items. All right. All right, okay. Do we need to remind this? Yeah, that's good. But do we need to?
Yeah, you can read through.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So we can remind the public of the policy. So at this time, members of the public may address the board on any issue within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board that is not listed on this agenda. Members of the public may also address the board on an agenda item before or during board's consideration of the item. No action can be taken on an item not on the agenda at this time, but may be referred to the administration or put on future agenda. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board and 5 minutes per organization and a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Seeing how we have 11 speakers today, that'll put us over the 20-minute limit. But so we will reduce the number of minutes for each speaker to 2 minutes today to be respectful of everybody's time. Thank you for your cooperation. Before I call the first speaker up, I want to read the speaker conduct for today. For all those who wish to address the board during public comment periods, speakers are requested to state your name and your affiliation for the record. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes, 2 minutes today, to address the board, 5 minutes per organization, and a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Speakers are reminded to communicate with respect, fairness, and courteousness to each other and to all present. You are reminded not to use the name of any district employee in your comments. The board welcomes orderly communication from the public. Thank you. With that, we will first call Ha Tran up to the podium, please. You have to press the button to turn on the mic over there.
Hello, my name is Ha Tran. I'm a concerned parent, citizen with 2 kids in Berryessa Union School District, this district. I've never been to a school board meeting in this district because usually the school boards here make very good decisions, so I don't have to be here. So this is my first time here. I heard from a concerned parent that there is a possibility that 2 of the best schools, Sierra Mon Middle School and Ruskin Elementary School at BUSD are closing. Performance should be a heavy weighted factor in determining which school should be closed. Both of my kids went to Sierra Mont Middle School. I like to be fair with all schools. Sierra Mont Middle School has the best CASP test score. Standard met and exceeded 60% for math and 68.7% for English, compared to the other 2 middle schools in our district. Ruskin Elementary School is first place in Casper math test score. Standard met and exceeded 76.5%, and second place in Casper English test score. Standard met and exceeded 74.8%. Out of the 10 schools in our district, first and second place, Ruskin. Sierra Mont and Ruskin are 2 high-performing schools in our district. Why not choose other schools that have been underperformed in BUSD? I saw your criteria, and it doesn't make sense why diversity is one of the criteria. All students should be treated equally. All ethnicity are welcome to come to any of the schools as long as they live in our district. We want our school to perform well and produce successful students. Thus, please
Thank you
save
for your
Sierra
comment.
Mont. Thank you.
2 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, next up. Ms. Gomez, is there any way to change that to 2 minutes, or does it ring at 2 minutes, the timer?
Yeah, I'm making it ring now.
Okay. All right, next up is Ji Zhu. Up to the podium, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear board members, and thank you so much for your efforts and your time and all your service. So my name is Jie Zhou. I am a parent of 2 students in your district. I don't have any other affiliation with conflict interest. So first of all, I would like to say, I believe that the whole procedure of this consolidation, evaluation, lacks transparency and actually makes me feel discriminated. All the communications was conveyed mainly in English, putting the minorities like us at disadvantage. I mean, even today, I'm here to speak English. It's not so, I'm not so fluent English speaker. And I know that translation was provided, but all the emails were entitled in English, and the first several paragraphs are also all in English. Many non-English speaking families will get lost and does not read until the end of the email to realize that there was a translation service provided. So I believe that the previous communication really Anyway, at least for my personal experience, it makes me feel like discriminated in this country for the first time. And I believe like many other non-English speaking, like using English as the second language families, some of them probably do not even know the whole procedure. So I feel like it's not a very good practice. And secondly, to achieve long-term funding sustainability, I think we cannot just solely focus on cost-saving measures, but should also focus on attracting more families to our district. So according to the National Center for Education Statistics, academic achievement and curriculum focus rank among the top 4 factors parents consider when they're choosing between schools, alongside safety and staff quality. So by closing our academically top-performing schools, we are losing our competitive edge in attracting future families. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Appreciate keeping it at 2 minutes. Really appreciate your efforts there. Next is Sharad Bharadwaj. Is that correct?
Good evening, board members. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear us today. We really appreciate it. I have lived in this district for the longest time. My daughter goes to Piedmont High after graduating from Ruskin and Sierra Mont. I'm a concerned parent who's joining the other parents in support of not closing the schools, that is Ruskin and Sierra Mont. Those are wonderful schools. My daughter has wonderful memories and is just thriving in the high school only because she went to these 2 schools. I am totally unable to understand. First of all, I heard it from another parent. There was not much information floating around to even understand. This came as a big shock to us. And then one of the reasons given was the budget. My question to everyone here and the board is, normally these things, when budgets or monies are declining, it's over a period of time. So there's got to be a heads up, like 5 years down the line, these schools will close because we are cutting down on budgets. It's never like 3 months and here the schools are going to close down. That's just ironical and speaks volumes in terms of planning, in terms of foreseeing the future. So with that being said, I hope that whoever is the decision maker would take these things into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Gayatri Pandyaram.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm a Ruskin and Sierra Mont parent. Thank you for your efforts for keeping parents informed through this consolidation process. I stand here not just on behalf of the Sierra Mont and Ruskin parents, but on behalf of all the parents from BUSD. We are united in our efforts to preserve our schools for all the students and safeguard the educational environment for our children. That said, we have serious concerns about how data is being used in this process. Some criteria, such as school performance, are being underweighted, while other factors like reduced enrollment are being overemphasized. For example, transfers to Sierra Mont have been denied for the past few years, and yet low enrollment is being used as a rationale for potential closure. Additionally, discrepancies in infrastructure investment across schools skew the data against these schools that have been underfunded. For example, we've invested $10 million in one school alone in the last year, versus in the past 10 years, we've invested about $3 to $4 million in a school like Sierra Mont. It's the same schools across our district, 2 different middle schools. So this obviously is going to paint certain schools that have been underfunded as at a disadvantage, and we want to address that. We're being told that no decisions have been made yet. While this may be true, the data tells a different story. The board chose 9 out of 10 recommended criteria for evaluation, with no clear explanation as to how they have been chosen. Of these 9 criteria, 4 paint Sierra Mont as the least attractive school. Although Ruskin and Sierra Mont haven't been explicitly named, the data strongly points towards these schools as targets for closure, just as the board has guided us to interpret it. We are open to making decisions, but we are urging for more transparent process that involves deeper engagement with all the stakeholders before any decisions are made. We've detailed our concerns further in a white paper that we're circulating today. We, as the parents, remain open and hopeful for a more transparent process and engagement with the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Justin Chowden. I hope I said the name correctly. It's Chowden.
Hi, my name is Justin Shadoyan. Thank you all here for letting me speak. I am also a concerned parent of one current Ruskin student and one soon-to-be, hopefully, Ruskin student that's going to stay within BUSD. A lot of our other speakers already hit some of the points I want to hit, so I want to tell a story. Right, myself, my sister, my wife, and her brother all went to BUSD schools. We're all very successful, all graduate students with graduate degrees. My wife is a doctor. We've all been academically successful in our endeavors. I myself am a retired Army captain, an aviator, a pilot, and I came out and I served civil service. I worked like you guys. I worked for the city of San Jose, right? And I hold that to a very high standard for doing the right thing, taking care of our people, and taking care of the constituents here that we see here today, right? And I want my kids to be able to experience. I came back here after being in the military. I came back to this area, to Berryessa specifically, to be able to attend these great schools that we have and give my kids and afford them the kind of upbringing I got, right? And to hear now that that could be impacted, that could be taken away from us, to me is just unfathomable. I know there are very tough decisions to make, and those decisions, none of them are going to be easy. I would say that as a concerned parent, I would not want any of our schools to close. I feel like that should be an option almost not even on the table, right? And we went through stuff like this at the city. I know how this feels, and it's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling for us either to see our kids going through that. Our kids are telling us they're scared. When we have to tell them what's going on, they say, don't close my school. That makes me sad, right? And, coming in, I see that BUSD says it's pathway to the future. Well, we want that pathway to be a brightly lit pathway. We want that to be a good pathway, not a pathway where our students have to say, I had to switch schools. My school got closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and more importantly, thank you for your service to the country. Next up, we have Jessica Bustos.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jessica Bustos. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking to you today not only as Ruskin PTA president, but also a very concerned parent and community member. I have children in both Sierra Mont and Ruskin. This is a great impact to us. Any school consolidation discussion has a profound effect on us all. Our children, their education, and especially their well-being. We have long-standing roots in this community. My husband, just like the gentleman before me, he said, we have strong roots in this community. My husband, his siblings, these are not just schools, this is family. This is more than just we go to school and go home. We were beyond proud, we came back as he did. We were beyond proud to have our small children go and attend and have the same opportunities. Also, parents will bear the brunt of these decisions as school closures disrupt families' routines and create logistical challenges. I fear what emotional repercussions this will bring to our children. We implore that you take careful consideration and look at all aspects at a closer level. While we trust that the the board's intentions, we believe parents should have more of a say-so in the process, as no one understands the needs of our children better than we do. We owe this to our children and their right for a good education here at Berryessa Union School District. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Preeta. I don't have a last name for you, sorry.
Hi, good evening, all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to you and share our concerns. And before I start with the concerns, I would like to thank all of you for your service and what you do. And we all understand that you have our kids' best interest at your heart, and you wouldn't take anything that would disrupt their education or their future. So with that being said, I'm also going to, there have been a lot of points that have already been said. And one point that I would like to address is that we as few parents started a survey in the community to understand how many of us are actually going to be impacted. And the question that we asked the parents was, in case Ruskin and Sierra Mount are proposed and or recommended for closure, what would you do? And the answer that we got from the community is about more than close to 300 families said that they would prefer to send their children to a private school. And I'm going to be open here, and one of that is me. I would prefer to send my kids to a private school because I moved into this district. I moved into a house which has Ruskin, Sierra Mount, and Piedmont because of the fact that they are very close to each other, and it actually gives the children a feeling of K to 12. Not K to 8 that you see outside, that's common, but it gives a feeling of K to 12. And when I am late to pick my kid who is in Ruskin, I ask my older kid who is in Sierra Mount to walk there and take care of my younger one. Or right now, she is a graduate and she is now moved on to Piedmont Hills. I still do the same thing. I ask her to go when she has an early dismissal, goes, wait for her until I can come and pick up. Where would you get this? Please do not close our schools. It is not fair on the children because it's a community, it's a family. You see the support that we have. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Rajesh. Rajesh.
Respected board, thank you for this opportunity. And I thank you for your relentless effort for our kids. Let me start with I know we've gone through the mission of the board. It states that the board wants all students to impart necessary skills to reach high levels of academic achievement, respect self and others, and becoming lifelong learners. Unfortunately, the consolidation committee, whatever data points that they've taken, whatever weightage that they're given, it's contradicting this mission. So how come a consolidation committee, which is contradicting the mission of the board, be able to articulate the right decision? And I know data doesn't prove wrong. Data can be used for making decisions. But if the data is unbiased, if the data is not skewed, if the data is fair and correct and complete, only then good decisions can be made. The consolidation committee's data has a lot of pitfalls. I'm not questioning on the validity of the data. I'm questioning on the weightage for the data. Some of the schools, it appears that schools were targeted and the criteria where the schools are excelling, they weren't considered or they were downgraded with lower weightage, right? So as regard to the request I would put forth to the respected board is that decisions should not be based on such biased and skewed data. It's regard to transparency. As a parent, I'm aware of the consolidation activity, but when I walk through the neighborhood, there are a lot of future parents who are completely unaware of it. These are public schools, and everybody in Berryessa has rights to know their schools, what is happening in their schools. But unfortunately, the consolidation committee has not been transparent and involving every member of the Berryessa community. So people are surprised, shocked to know about it. A small statistics that we took in the last. Okay, thanks for your
Sorry.
time.
Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your comments there. Next up, we have Kaye Yan. I hope I said your name right.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my concern. Other parents, my name is Kai Yan, a parent of Ruskin and Sierra among the students. And other parents has already emphasized, so the consequence of closing top performing schools, so it's unpredictable, right? We may end up losing money instead of saving money. And I think too much effort are put into closing a school, but little effort has been put to increase the enrollment. And if you pay close attention to those data, right, if you compare 2022, 2023 data, the enrollment actually increased a little bit. So I think we should put more effort on how to increase enrollment. There are some very simple policy change could make it. I propose we have excellent schools in our district, very desirable to parents. I have friends, they told me, if I can go to your school, I won't spend money on private school. So I would suggest we open enrollment for those desirable schools. I'm sure we can attract more people back to public schools, right? I also recommend to do another district-wide survey and to say parents' preference, right? I know we did a survey before, but that was done before all the members here didn't fully understand what's going on here, right? That was done a week ago, but most of us know about the detail during this week. So we can do another school-wide survey and add the option of open enrollment, which school you prefer. So we can make a better decision when consider if we have to, right? If we have to close school, we can make a better decision which school to be closed. Okay, of course, focusing on the quality of education cannot. Okay, that's enough.
Sorry,
Thank you.
no, thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you for your comments. Next is Yan Huan. Is it Yan? Yan Huan? Did they leave already? Okay. Just put that aside for now. All right, next one is Betty Nguyen.
Hello, my name is Betty Nguyen, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand here and speak to all of you today. And to be honest, a lot of the points have been, voiced by previous parents. I just wanted to address that, I was not really fully understood, the possibility of closing Sierramont and Ruskin until very recently. A lot of the communications sometimes being sent multiple times or being overlooked, but I didn't really quite understand fully understood why the decision was being made against Sierramont and Ruskin. And to my knowledge, both of my kids have attended Ruskin and Sierramont, and they are wonderful schools. So I'm just standing here and just really have the whole, wishing that the board, the members can, take more careful considerations. And, this is the pathway for our children's future. And closing schools, I don't believe is the way to go. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The final speaker for tonight is Anita Chen.
Good evening. I'd first like to thank the board members for your commitment and dedication to this community. I listened to your mission statement as it was read and your commitment to these students, and in particular, the words "to act in the best interests of students at all times" stood out to me. I've served as an educator in this area for the last decade, and hundreds of students that I've personally taught came from the Berryessa Union School District. And they tell me that they are proud to be a part of Ruskin. They are proud to be a part of Siermont, the band, the science lab. But last year was the first time that I heard in my student's voice fear, worry, and despair when he spoke about how Siermont was closing. Why? I asked him. Budget cuts. His face fell, and I could see the sorrow in his face. And I see that same sorrow reflected in so many of the parents, students, and community members here today. I know that budget cuts are a financial reality, that sacrifices need to be made, but in acting in the best interests of students at all times, perhaps as already recommended today, the schools closed should not be the best performing schools, but that rather we should invite others to join in the academic excellence of Siermont and Ruskin, especially when the survey has already demonstrated that a closure of these two schools would further decrease student enrollment, worsening the problem. I'd like to use the rest of my time for you to take a snapshot of the faces that are represented here. Students, parents, community members, alumni, students that are hopeful to be Ruskin and Siermont students. These are the faces of those you represent. You are their voice. So I hope that you would hear their concerns today, represent them well, and uphold your duty and commitment to act in their best interests. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So one last call for Yen. Yen, when, in case she's still there. You, Yen?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Maybe I didn't say your name correctly. I apologize.
My name is Yen. So I just heard the news that my daughter's school is getting closed in a couple months, and I have two kids who went to Siermont. My second one just transferred from Ruskin to Siermont. She keep coming home, and you know what? She cannot focus doing homework. What she do is, you know what? Mom, where's the petition so I can send it to everyone I know that they can sign the petition to save the school, and it's make her very worried. But I'm seeing Ruskin, I have my friends in a different location. They bought a house in that location just for their kids to go Ruskin, Siermont, and Piedmont. And I don't know why that the decision they make closing those schools. So my wish is hopefully that you I know that you guys present for us and then take care of our kids. So hopefully that you can make the right decisions and save school, make our kids to be more successful, and less worried and focus more on the education. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Those are all the public comments for tonight. Thank you. Thank you for all of your cooperation. We'll resume our regular. Turn off the. I think there's feedback. Turn that off. Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much, Ms. Gomez. All right. Next item on the agenda under Section 10, Item A, 2024 Summer School Programs Report. Dr. Fuentes, please.
This evening, the Education Services team will present and answer any questions from the board regarding the 2024 summer school programs. Introduce Assistant Superintendent Dr. Joseph McCreary to share. We have some special summer co-principals that did some hard work this summer that are going to share a little bit about what was offered to our students.
All right, thank you. Tonight we have Corey Hernandez and Jessica Middleton. They'll be representing the summer school principals, and they'll be presenting our PowerPoint tonight. We also had Maritza Rai as a third administrator, and she's unable to join us tonight, but we'll also thank her for all of her hard work too. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Ms. Corey and Ms. Middleton.
Thank you, board. Let this up a little bit. Okay. Can't really see. So this is the report for our summer school, for BUSD summer school for 2024. And this year we had 3 principals in it, and we had Jessica Middleton, that was at Langview Elementary. Maritza and Morea, she changed her last name. She was at Morel Middle, and then myself was at Northwood Elementary. And we also had, in addition, a SEAL coach at Sarah Thistleway, and she was at Northwood with us. So I'm going to hand it over to Jessica. I'm going to do your slides for you.
Yeah, sure. So for the, oh, I guess I should stand.
Yeah, I'm using projecting my teacher voice. I'm used to talking without a microphone.
At ESY Summer School was at Lakeview this year, and the curriculum that we used was V-Math and Voyager Passport for language arts. This year we had 156 students that were served, ESY students that were served at Lakeview. There were 15 teachers, that includes the elementary school and the Morel Middle School, so elementary and middle. There was 36 paras, and the students were provided with speech, adaptive PE, and occupational therapy services. And that's just a picture of one of our assemblies that we had. This is just a picture of the kids using the curriculum that we had. As you can see, they seem to be having a pretty good time there. You know, I love to cut with scissors and all that fun stuff. So they enjoyed doing the activities with the curriculum. This was a Mark Corpus Field Day. It was our second annual Mark Corpus Field Day at Lakeview. He was a longtime district employee. He was the librarian at Piedmont Middle when I was a student there in the late 80s, early 90s. So I remember him, you know, from those days. And he was at my site, Majestic, for many years. And he really served the students of our community. And his family came to the field day, and they really appreciated us remembering him and all he's done for the students in our district. So it was really great to have them come out and have the students celebrate him in that way. This was one of my favorite days at school. Our little friend Francis here in the bus driver seat, he loved the school buses to a degree that, I mean, that childhood wonder that kids have. And I felt bad for him because his parents dropped him off and picked him up every day, so he didn't even get to ride the school bus. But every morning he would run out there and greet the bus drivers and wave at them. And one of the bus drivers who was retiring, like one of the days she said, she arranged with his teacher that she would interview Francis for the new bus driver position. And she let him get on, like every day when they would drive away, he'd be like, remember to honk the horn, you know, beep, beep, and remember to do the wipers. So she let him get on the bus and honk the horn and do the wipers. And they made that little suit for him. Like, it was just so cute, like his smile, and he was so happy that day. And then his class came out and they all got to sit on the bus and he got to order them around. So he was on cloud nine with that whole scenario. So I just thought it was pretty amazing that that bus driver took time out of her day to come and just make him so happy. That was really amazing to see. And with that said, also, I've never done the special education principal job before. It was my first year. And I was really amazed just at how supportive and just talented people that work with the special education department. The paras, the teachers, the school secretaries, everybody was so welcoming and super helpful, and the kids were great. It was just something lovely for me to see step out of my gen ed background and to step into this world was very eye-opening, and I really enjoyed it. So thank you for that. I think that's all I have.
Okay, so now I'll move on to the EL summer school portion. And this was done in conjunction with, we had several programs going on at one time. We had English language development at Northwood and Morel. And then we also had Elevate Math, which is with the Silicon Valley Ed Foundation. And we did the Summer Bridge, the SEAL Summer Bridge program at Northwood as well. But we also had a partnership with YMCA. And that was, I have to say, that was one of the better partnerships that we've had. It was not only helpful for the students, but as well for the teachers. The teachers had teacher aides in their classrooms. And the good part too was those same aides were with those students in the after-school program. So there was a connection built. And so it was very, very good. Even at Morel, we used the ADVID EL program, and Elevate Math was there as well, CSI. And they also had ESY at Morel too. And YMCA did provide teacher aides to the 4 Morel's teachers that were there for English language development. So this year we made a different change to our program. Instead of it being 4 weeks, we had 3 weeks this year. And we did the Summer Bridge program predominantly at Northwood. And this was, I have to say, we have to give appreciation to Jennifer Dill, who was also very instrumental in the establishing of the Summer Bridge program. And so she provided the professional developments for them and was very instrumental as we built the programs together. So they had 3 themes that the students worked under, and one was from TKK, and it was insects. And then for our middle, first through second, they had ocean, and then for our older grades, we had paleontology. So this was some very interesting hands-on, because we wanted, the theme was learning is fun. So that was the main objective. So here's our TK first, And in the classrooms, like we said, learning is fun. That was the main objective. We show Sarah Thistlethwaite and doing a read aloud, and she is demonstrating and modeling how we provide engagement for our students. So she's not just reading a story, doing a read aloud. She's part of the story. She is a ladybug, and the story she was reading was the I don't know if that was, I can't remember what story she was reading, but that was a story. So the students, you can see, they're very engaged. And then we have them doing a narrative retell on the bottom there. And this is after the story has been read with them, gone over with them. Then the students are able to demonstrate that understanding of that story on their own. And then hands-on learning with manipulatives, and we have a bug hunt going on there. So in our second through third, this was ocean. And first, this was, like I said, learning is fun, and learning was hands-on. So we had, they were talking about the ocean, so we had to talk about crabs and octopus. And so I went and got them an octopus, and they were very, very engaged in it. And some were, like this, but it's nice, they were, but it was cute. And they were able to take the information that they learned from their drawn labels and all the readings that they did and actually see an actual octopus in real life. Same with the crabs. They learned about the coconut crab. And again, we couldn't find the coconut crab for them, but we provided 3 different types of crabs, and those we could not let them touch, though, because they were actually alive. The octopus was not alive. But they had so much fun, and actually every grade level came through to see both of those demonstrations, so it was really good. Then our third through fourth, they did paleontology, and this was for our older kids, our older elementary, and these pictures don't do justice to the amount of collaboration that was going on in those classrooms. They were in it. They were paleontologists. They had, they were doing their digging for fossils, and they were doing their, they talked about the 3 eras, and they had to make the 3 eras for the ground. So the question was, if I'm not mistaken, it was, how does learning about fossils help us learn about where we are now? And so they went through that whole thing. And one of the things they did too was the barrier games, which you can see down on the side there. And then we also had a gallery walk, which the parents came in and were able to see the students, and the students were able to teach the parents what they had learned. So it was very engaging, and parents were just like, you did that? And they're like, yes. And they can tell, they can go over the drawn label and tell them exactly what they learned about this period of time. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong button, sorry. I think I might have turned it off. Okay. Then at Morel, like I said, we had the EL, and we used Avid for this one. This was the first year we used Avid for an EL program. And the teachers were very engrossed with that. It was a different learning platform for them. We've used Avid, but not as the EL portion. And so we had that throughout. and the teachers doing that, the 4 EL teachers that we had there. And so they were very much into it. It was actually a very hands-on as well. It wasn't a reading from a book. They were engaged and learning, practicing that academic language right there in the classroom. And then for Northwood and Laneview, we had our Zoom assembly, which we kind of try to put in there. And that's just the day of the kids it's with the watershed, and they come in and he comes out and he sings and they do involvement. The kids are involved because they get to get up, they dance, there's movement, and they enjoy it very much. So that was a good experience for both sites. And as said, with the Silicon Valley Ed Foundation, they had Elevate Math, and we had the Elevate Math and the CSI program at Morel, and both programs were successful in both areas. And so we ended up with about 181 math and CSI students, and total of 8 teachers there. So that was good. So what does it all say in a nutshell? We're getting better. So last year we served 901 students, and this year we were able to serve about 1,200 students. And so that's a big improvement. And we also, we provided breakfast and lunch for students as well as the students as well as the community at at Northwood. And like I said, the YMCA provided that in-class support and the aftercare support. So, thank you.
It's very good, very good. Thank you for that presentation. Any comments? Questions from the board on this topic?
No questions. I don't have any questions, but thank you for all of this. It's wonderful.
I have a
Really
question.
wonderful.
How are the students? How are the students selected to? How are the students that attend private school? How are they invited?
Oh, so we send out, we take all of our English language learners that we have in our district, and we go through and we send out an invite to all of those students. And it's just, it depends on if they respond to the invite or not. And it is done through email. I will have to say that one of our success scholars that we have, she attended summer school this summer, and I didn't get to record her because I was just blown away with what she was doing. But she went from being in the class, and when you ask her something, she would just point. And then, but when she was in Summer Bridge, she was asking questions. She was telling you things. She was reading. She was doing all kinds of things. So it's just that environment, promoting the environment for them. So that works. So yeah, we just, and I really worked with her to get her into summer school because, you know, summer school, you know, the kids don't want to go, you know, but we were saying this, but we see the benefits of it. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Dr. Fuentes, go ahead.
You want to go ahead and sit? I just, ladies, before you go, I just, we're not done with our comments yet for you. I just wanted to just personally thank them and the whole team, you know, that supported you also in this process. But definitely just like observing your presentation, there was a lot of added hands-on engaged learning for students that we saw this summer, different from the past. And I appreciate your feedback in all of the programs and sharing how engaged the kids were, but also the collaboration amongst the staff to be able to support all of those learning, because I know, you know, the hands-on activities are definitely much more exciting for the children, but it's also more work and preparation for the staff to be able to create that learning environment for them. And so, and to knock it out in 3 weeks, you know, the full units and everything, and bring the parents in to get to observe, you know, what the students were able to learn new during that time frame. So I just really want to extend, our thanks. And also, Trustee Jimenez, going back to your question, the expansion of our summer school that we've been able to do each year has been part of the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program that the state has provided as targeted support for identified students that have, high needs for these experiences during summer school. So we're really glad to be able to utilize those resources. So thank you.
Can I speak to that?
Sure
too?
thing.
One of the things also under the Summer Bridge program that allows the teachers to co-teach. So there's more involvement, and we said the collaboration is going on. So teachers are able to practice their skills while they're teaching. And so that's a very encouraging environment for them. And we've had non-SEAL teachers say that it was the best year of teaching that they have done in summer school. So I was really pleased with that too.
That's a good point. I mean, that kind of reminded me of something you said earlier. I missed that with the bus, right? With the kid in the bus. I mean, so I spoke about, I don't remember in which event, one of the events is the collaboration between all of our partners, not just classroom teachers, but, all of our support staff, MOT, and everybody, everybody has a responsibility in teaching some way or other, some form or other. It doesn't have to be English or math or history or anything like that, life skills or anything like that. So that was brilliant. That was just amazing. I'm really impressed, and really want to thank the person for making it happen for that kid, because it might be very insignificant and very small, but it matters to that kid, and so. It is. I would imagine. I mean, I'm jealous, kind of jealous. I never got a chance.
Yeah.
But no, it's so it goes back to being collaborative. Everybody must be involved in the success of our students. So this is a great example of that. And thank you for all the efforts, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the report and presentations, we have 2024 MOT Summer Activities Report. Dr. Fuentes.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to introduce Dan Norris, our Director of MOT. As you talked about the collaboration and all the efforts that happen over the summer, he'll be sharing how all the different things his team did and how they worked together to be able to get us ready for the launch of the new school year. And joining him is also Marla, our Assistant Director.
Well, good evening, everybody. Every September, I get the pleasure of kind of showcasing what the MOT department has done over the summer. This year, as Dr. Fuentes has stated, that we are bringing Marla Zapata, our Assistant Director of MOT, up so she can kind of report out on a couple of the departments that she oversees. And also with the summer project report, as you can see, I kind of summed it up a little bit. So here's our MOT family. I thought it would be cool this year to have everybody take a selfie. Let me tell you, this was no easy task. Okay, I got modeling pictures. I got unbelievable pictures, but that's our MOT family. We all put them together. I'm actually in there somewhere. Find Waldo if you can. But that's our family. And I would say that 99% of the people are actually smiling in those pictures as well. So maintenance, one of our big projects that we completed this year over the summer. And mind you that summer has gotten shorter. So our Vinci Park siding rehab project, it was very necessary. We have some time between the bond department was going to kick in and do a whole project where we're going to replace the siding and the stucco. So one of our carpenters, Keith, is sitting there right there, kind of just like, wow, he's overwhelmed. But the end goal, the end project, it came out amazing. It almost looks brand new, as good as, for lack of better words, polish the turd, if you could. But that was one of the big projects that we had over this summer. Another thing different I wanted to kind of show you and showcase is a couple of the trades that don't get quite the recognition that they deserve. So here's Mr. Ralph Herebia. He's our locksmith, and it says it right there. He's all lock sets in the district, give or take 1,378 door locks that's in our district. So not only that, you can see the door locks there, but all the keys for that throughout the district. So there are hundreds of different key schedules. So each ridge on your key has a number, and every door is different. So he is the mastermind behind that. And during the summertime, he goes through and services, does some maintenance, preventative maintenance is the I'm trying to spit out there, to make sure that the locks are working for the year to come. Another trade that doesn't get a lot of recognition is our plumbing trade. And this is Mr. Santos Perez, and he does an amazing job of keeping our sewer systems flowing. So here is a picture of him over at Majestic Way. He had to go pretty deep. It was a pretty big clog over there. And as you can see, he had to pull the toilet off the wall. A lot of times we get some crazy clogs in our sewers. We've pulled out a couple of years ago, it was a full hoodie, and the lines are only 3 inches. So how that happened, beyond me. Yeah, he loves what he does. So another thing we concentrated over the summertime was safety and security, of course. So this year, working with ICS for Schools, we are starting the reunification training part of our safety drills, where if we have a major catastrophe, we have to have parents come to pick up their children. It's as easy as communication between teachers and office staff saying, okay, children are able to be picked up at a certain gate number. So all of our gates have been labeled inside and out throughout the whole district now. So, and that's for egress, entry and egress. Also, boundary lines. So boundary lines kind of came up in middle schools when kids start wondering where because typically 6th grade lunch is different from 7th and 8th. So we wanted to prevent those 6th graders or even 7th and 8th graders from kind of going in spots where they're still teaching, and it kind of interferes with the teaching process. So this is actually an elementary school with the red line, and Maya, that's Brooktree. Maya could tell you that during certain times you can't cross that line going to the playground, or you can't enter or re-enter the lunch table area. So with that said, here's our grounds team. This is also at Vinci Park. There was a lot of work at Vinci Park this summer. But to highlight the ground teams in action, we have our irrigation tech up on the top right-hand corner. He's about to dig a sprinkler up to replace the head. Mr. Rios is weed whacking around a fence. And then the rest of the gentlemen are either trimming hedges or loading the dump truck. So with that said, our grounds team, I have to throw a big attaboy to all of them, because this year I was able to take a vacation, and our grounds team, without any supervision, went through our district and just kicked butt. And it was even, Kevin Franklin even mentioned that it looked very good compared to prior years. So a big attaboy to our grounds team. Next slide is our mower operator. I hope this works. It should work. And there we go. So we got him in action. This is Mr. Connor Wilson. He absolutely loves his job. As he's making this corner right here, he'll show you the thumbs up. He's making a turn. He's running all over the, but that's okay. Yeah, we're getting that our grass cut. Next slide is our transportation department. Marla will probably take over for that.
Okay. Good evening. I want to talk about our transportation department. I really want to commend our team that we have. We've gone through a lot of transitions. You know, we had our dispatcher that retired and trainer that left, and they were both tenured transportation, department members. And there was a lot of, different movement, and they really adapted and adjusted to the routes, and also assisted with custodial. And one of our custodial team members, one of our bus drivers liked working with our custodial team so much, she applied for a custodial / bus driver. And we serviced during the summer we had 6 routes, and we transported 72 students during the summer. Next slide. And this is our custodial team in action. My gosh, our team, I'm really proud of them. We did something different this year. We usually have a schedule for them, but we took a different approach, and we talked to them and asked them how they wanted the schedule to look like and what their needs were for the site. And it definitely showed a lot of leadership. We had custodians that got training from tenured custodians as well on equipment. So it was just great seeing them work together. And another thing that I do want to say, this is our 3rd year with team cleaning, and we were able to finish all of the sites. What was it, 2 weeks ahead of time? 2 weeks ahead of time. Yeah.
So I'll say that I thought I set that bar pretty high this year. Marla, again, for the second row, has exceeded that expectation.
And this is our team that we had clean our district office. They wanted to take this picture because they felt really proud to be here and to clean the new district office. So this is them, and Dan actually took the picture.
Yeah. Yeah, you could see the smiles on their face. They were like excited. They felt that they were picked just to clean this district office, and that made them very proud. So I'll take this one. So board members and Dr. Joe this year, for you the guys that didn't show up to our barbecue, you really missed out. I mean, it has gone from mediocre to world famous. Every year we put on a thank you to our guys and girls as just a thank you for all the hard work that they do over the summer and throughout the year. We do a couple barbecues a year. I enjoy it. I take pride in it. I do all the cooking. I can tell you that this year I did brisket for the first time. I got special briskets, and it was an all-night. I smoked the briskets. It was an all-night cook. And it just makes me feel better, feel good about the whole thing. And this year we wiped out 3 briskets. I think there was 1 piece left. So next year we'll do 4. And I heard for a few days after, how did you cook that? What was the recipe? I mean, it was great. And I eat that stuff up because I love it. All right. So Marla will take the last one, or we both will. So we thank all of our Teamsters, and they work hard for us. And this last slide kind of significates a lot of things. So we have good friends. We have husband and wife. We have father and son. And not only that, we have the Filipino mafia. Okay, that crew up there on the right-hand side, they like to go by the Filipino mafia, and that's what drives them over the summer. They get together, they love working together, and they attack those VCT floors like nobody's business. But again, we have grounds crew and more custodians. So all getting along. Thank you. Any questions?
Very well done. Any questions, comments from the board at this time? Thank you so much for that. All right. Thanks for the presentation. Next up, we have CASP state testing update, Dr. Fuentes.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to invite Dr. McCreary for Educational Services Division. Will present the 23-24 California Assessment Student Performance and Progress, the CASP assessments for our students in grades 3 through 8.
All right, so here we have our agenda for tonight's presentation. We'll go over the SBAC timeline. We'll review the English Language Arts results, and then we'll have some time to take the math results. If you have any comments, questions, wonderings, and then we'll wrap it up with some next steps. So as Dr. Fuentes mentioned, our 3rd through 8th graders take the SBAC in April and May. There's 2 parts for the majority of our students, and that's the English Language Arts and the math sections. All of our 3rd through 8th grade students participate in those testing windows. For our 5th and 8th graders, they also take a science component. So they take 3 sections of SBAC testing. And of course, as Corey talked about our English language learners, we do have newcomers who have arrived in California less than 12 months. They do not take the SBAC. So we do have a handful of students that do not participate. So overall, and we heard from some of our visitors tonight that they looked up our overall test scores, and specifically for English Language Arts, you can see this is part of our dashboard that we review on a yearly basis. And so you can see that 2,441 students took the SBAC ELA section of the test, and 64% of our students scored either at or above meeting standards. So it's broken up into 4 components. So you have the level 4, the level 3, which are at met or achieving standards, and then we have the level 1, level 2 is approaching standard, and level 1 is below standard. And you can see specifically, standard not met, excuse me. You can see that 35% of our students scored a level 4, about 30% scored at a level 3, 17% at level 2, and 19% at level 1. And you can see also in the middle between the 64% and the 36%, there's a little descriptor that's called the average distance from level 3. So that basically tells us from the whole school district that if you look at all of our students, they score 28 points above level 3 when you average all the numbers together. This slide then breaks it down by schools. And you can see the English Language Arts performance and number of students tested, the average distance from standard, and then what our percentages are for each school, meeting standard or not meeting standard, and then the breakdown of the 4 different levels. And this also includes the middle schools that are mixed in there as well. You can see that they're just ranked alphabetically. And then once again, there are schools that are performing above standard. So you'll see, for example, Majestic Way, 43 points above standard, Northwood, 47 points above standard, 61 for Ruskin, Sierra Mont, 45 above. And then some schools that do need a little more support, and that's at Laneview Elementary, 2 below standard, and Toyon Elementary School at 44 points below standard. And then we break it up into student subgroups and look specifically at how our students are doing based on their ethnicity. And so you can see here the levels for our student subgroups, for example, African-American students. The number underneath the 23-24 school year says how many students are in that student group. So you'll see, for example, 50 students in the African-American student group, and their level with English Language Arts is a 2. Next door to that, you'll see our American Indian, Alaska Native, there's only 5 students. So that actually counts as a subgroup when we're looking at overall data. Our highest number of students is our Asian population, with over 1,969 students performing at a level 3.2. And if we go all the way to my right, you'll see it's also broken up by socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So those are students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, our English learners, and then also our students with disabilities. So you'll see those student groups are definitely underperforming when you're looking at our Asian students, our white students, and 2 or more races. This also reviews the levels of each of our student subgroups. So you'll see, actually, this really gives you an opportunity to look at how many of our students are at the blue, which is the highest level, and the red, which is the lowest level. And this is where our principals and our Ed Services staff really focus in on how can we close the gap for those students that are in that red category, and how we can move them along into the other categories within the student subgroups. And you'll also see here specifically our Hispanic and Latino students. That red bar is pretty high at 41%. Next door to that is our Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander group, which is at 57%. And then all the way to the right as well, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, 45%, English learners, 54%, students with disabilities, 64%. So once again, this is kind of like our focus area. How do we support those students that are performing far below? And also, how do we potentially meet the needs of the students that are at standard nearly met? So some of those students that are really on the cusp of making standard and really focusing in on supporting some of those students during the school day and having them be our success scholars. And how can we support them moving forward? And then overall, we look at our data from the previous year and compare it to this past school year. And overall data, we are maintaining the same percentages, 64% standard met or above, and 36% standard not met. And you can see the percentages there as well. All right. And we're going to go ahead and move on to our math performance, where you'll see 55% of our students are at or above, and 45% of our students are below average, standard nearly met. And once again, here, the average distance from standard level 3 is only 7 points above standard. And the number of students who took this test is 3,876 students. Same information here, specifically for math, how it's broken up by the number of students tested, and then the different levels, and the distance level, the average distance from standard, and then the percentages. So once again, there's some focus area of schools, and this is specifically with math. So there's definitely more focus this upcoming school year or this current school year to support our math instruction, because that's definitely an area of focus, as you can see by the test scores. Then we have some schools that do really well in math, and once again, how we can learn from each other as far as collaboration between schools. Okay, once again, this is also giving you the big picture of how our students are doing with within our subgroups. And once again, our Asian students are doing really well with math. Our Hispanic Latino students, our Native Hawaiian, African American students are also in need of some support. And once again, off to the right-hand side, you have the socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English learners, and students with disability, which are also focus areas for this current school year. And broken up also here, you'll see, in my opinion, even more students in the red. And a big focus, like I just mentioned, is just really understanding our student assessments for this upcoming school year, and then what to do and how to support the students during the school year and during the school day, specifically with math. And our overall comparison, once again, exactly the same. 55% and 45%, and even the average distance level from level 3 is +7. So almost exactly the same scores from 2 years in a row. So once again, our next steps here, our principals are reviewing the SBAC data with staff members, at some of our initial staff meetings. We just adopted some new assessments for English language arts and math to help support our teachers on tracking their progress, and then also giving them some assessments to look at along the way. This past week, our principals participated in our first professional development training with Silicon Valley Math Initiative. And then today was our first focused professional development with all of our middle school math teachers getting training in how to support our students, specifically with our math curriculum, but also understanding the new math framework and how that works and how they can potentially use some of those ideas to support some of our students that need that extra help. All of these new assessments are aligned under the big umbrella that we purchased through Renaissance. So all of the data that we're going to be assessing the students with filters in through our new platform, which is called, which is within our Renaissance platform, EduClimber. And so all of the data specifically are at the teachers and the principals' fingertips. We have a professional development day a week from today, and a big portion of that day is training all of our teachers on these new assessments. And once again, Ms. Corey talked about it. We have a lot of great partnerships with our ELA and math folks, SVEF being one of them, and a lot of interventions are being held at the schools. Probably not yet, but I would say within the next couple of weeks, those would start getting started. And so that's kind of like our big overview of our SBAC scores and our next steps. Any questions?
Any questions, comments on the board on this presentation?
I have a quick comment and question. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's always good to look at how our kiddos are doing, and I also always appreciate, the targeted approach that we have for our students who may be falling behind, and so I always appreciate that. I just want to quickly ask, just for folks who are unaware, why isn't the Asian category disaggregated among different ethnicities? It's just Asian.
So this is all when students register in our system. So they have to mark specifically their ethnicity. And so this is just one category. It's not broken up into the multiple categories. And you'll also notice, and we notice all the time, some parents mark the wrong category. And that also happens too. So it's up to really our clerks and our school secretaries to make sure that the parents are understanding what they're marking. Because another portion of marking that registration when they first enroll is marking if they're English language learners or not. And so some of our parents are not understanding that they'll get extra support if they mark that their students are English learners. And just like Ms. Corey had said, they get invited for summer school and other opportunities. So it's really important to really understand the different ethnicities within our enrollment process. And that's how that is. We don't really have control over that.
Any other questions from the board? So thank you for the presentation, Dr. McCreary. Quick question for the students with disability. Are those disabilities like special needs?
Yeah, so those are students that have IEPs. Could be for speech. It could be for specific learning disabilities.
Correct, okay.
And some of the other opportunities that they have is within the testing platform, they have speech to text. So there's different little modifications that the students can have specifically based on their disability. And they can have it in a smaller group because usually they have it with their classmates. So they could be pulled out in a smaller group with their RSP teacher, and maybe 2 or 3 kids are being tested at a time instead of all 30. So specifically, it's written into their IEP, the different supports they may have during testing.
So is there, I did notice our school with the highest number of students with special needs. is slightly lower on the performance chart. So are we missing any kind of support system from the county or the state, or is there something that we can
So you'll
leverage?
see at some of those school sites, specifically Laneview, Brooktree, Morill, those are our 3 schools that I can name right off the top that have the majority of our programs. We have Noble, we have Ruskin has a small group too. So even based on that information, you'll see that their scores potentially are a little lower because those tests also have to be given to the students with disabilities. However, there's a different test depending on their level of disability. So it might not be the CAS. Well, the CAS was the big umbrella. SBAC is for our general ed students and students who have minor learning disabilities. There's also the CAW, that's a more one-on-one test for some of our students who have more severe disabilities. And so those are given to the students who are in our moderate severe classes and potentially our autism classes. And those are specifically given one-on-one from the teacher, with the teacher and the student sitting down and doing those tests. So we have to make sure that we have to follow exactly what's in their IEP and all of the different specific things that they are outlined there. And that also helps support what kind of tests they're given.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you for the presentation, Dr. McCreary. Moving along, where was I? Yes. Item D is everyday counts in BUSD, Dr. Fuentes.
Yes, thank you. This presentation is at the request of the board for follow-up information regarding our attendance. And so I'd like to introduce Mr. Tom Carroll, our coordinator for student services.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. As Dr. Fuentes stated, there was a request for some information about what we're doing to address attendance in our district, and so that's the purpose for the presentation this evening. So we'll be going over the importance of daily attendance, the financial impacts of daily attendance, what we're doing as a district to address absenteeism, also just inform you about what our truancy process looks like, our kind of reinvigorated partnership with the district attorney, and then how our families can also support attendance within our schools. So just at first, a couple facts, for everyone to know, and that's attendance habits start early. Within our district, our earliest grades are the grade, like basically K1 and 2 is where we see the highest rates of absenteeism. And so it's important for everyone to know that starting, in kindergarten, preschool, TK, that's where those habits are being formed. And when students are not coming to school regularly in those grade levels, it does create, or it does present a chance for them to fall behind and not graduate high school. So students who are chronically absent are students who miss 10% or more of the school year. By missing that much school also, it makes it harder for them to stay up to date with their homework, and they could potentially fall behind. Even if students just miss a couple days a week or a couple days a month, it can impact how the students are performing within their subjects. And one other thing too is being late to school each day can also start the development of what becomes chronic absenteeism. So this chart here just kind of shows what the overall impact of just missing even a handful of days each year can do. And it's really interesting when we're having our SAR meetings, how many times the parent will say, well, my child doesn't miss that often. And we look and, well, they've missed 20 days a year. But as a parent, it doesn't seem like they've missed that much because it's spread out so sporadically. But those days really do add up. A student who does miss 20 days a year basically will end up, by the time they're getting to their senior year in high school, will have missed almost a year and a half of school. And then the more that they miss, just the rates go up from there. All right. And then Josh is going to update us on the financial impacts of daily attendance.
Good evening. So attendance is extremely important academically, but it's also important financially. And For our students in the 2024-25 school year, one student who misses 0 school would generate a little under $12,000. That equates to about $66 per day. So you can imagine if a student misses 5 days, we're missing out on $329. If they are out 10 days, we're missing out on $660 that they're generating. It's important to note that in pre-pandemic, 2019, we had an ADA average about 97.2%. Currently, in 2023-24, we had ADA percentage of 94.4%. So if we did a recalculation of the 2023-24 school year at a 97% average daily attendance, we would have gained $1.9 million. So you can see that it really adds up at the end of the day. Also, as far as attendance is concerned, excused and unexcused absences are all treated exactly the same. So if you do not attend school, and I know some parents think that, oh, if it's excused, we still receive funding. So that's incorrect. We receive no funding for them coming. However, I know in a previous slide, they said that tardiness can lead to chronic absenteeism. As long as the student comes to school at any time throughout the day, we receive a full day of funding. So they don't break up saying, oh, you only came for an hour and you get a certain percentage. That's the makeup of how we're missing out, I guess, on actual funding.
So with that, I want to provide you with what it is that we're doing in our district to address attendance. Many of these things are relatively new because of what we're facing with our overall attendance rates. But the first one is our community liaisons. So about halfway through last year, we started hiring community liaisons. All of our liaisons work some other type of position within the district, whether it be an LMT, a clerk, health clerk, and then they'll take on 1 hour a day as a community liaison. And the purpose is for them to build positive contacts between the home and school, really targeting our students who are missing the most amount of days, building relationships and strengthening trust with those families and the students directly. As I mentioned in a previous update, also, we're full steam ahead with implementing PBIS within our schools. 10 of our school sites have gone through Tier 1 training and are currently implementing PBIS. 3 schools are going to start their Tier 1 training this year. And that's really just to build systems and structures around creating safe and inclusive schools, making sure that expectations are known. But when our students are feeling good and safe at school, they're more likely to attend. So, and thanks to Dr. Fuentes, she shared an idea about creating positive postcards. And so we created these little postcards that basically said, you know, we miss you, we want to see you come back. We've handed them out to all the school sites and told that, you know, either the principal or the classmates, the teacher can just write a little note to the family or to the student and send it home. Just as another layer of support. And actually, I was at Sierramont yesterday, and their community liaison said, hey, these 2 kids, they've missed 7 days of school, but on Friday I sent them one of the postcards and they've been here every day this week. And I was like, oh, all right, you know, and so I thought that was pretty neat. And then the other thing is positive school messaging. So we have a beginning of the year letter that our principals kind of tweak to fit, you know, their school letterhead and their population, but just again, welcoming everyone back, reminding everyone of the importance of attendance, and then school newsletters. And then actually it's been great. I get all the updates from Parent Square now that we're using it. So every time a school sends it out, I can see that they've sent it. I say every school so far has included some bit about attendance within their school-wide newsletters, as well as the district newsletters and social media postings. Some of the other things that we're doing are we have incentives within the school sites. So whether it be tickets, class challenges, various prizes, you know, positive recognition, the schools are providing incentives. In fact, Ms. Nunez from Vinci Park sent me a picture of her big attendance challenge that she's doing with her students, and the grade level that has the best attendance for the month wins, like, I think it's an extra time at lunch or a pizza party or something. And I believe last month it was their fifth graders. Yeah, fifth graders that got it. So home visits is something else that we're focusing on. And it's not your traditional home visit where you just show up and knock on the door and, you know, surprise the family with your visit. All of our clerks, our school social workers, community liaisons, school psychologists, and site administrators have been trained on positive home visits. And we did this through the Santa Clara County Office of Education. And really it focuses on really calling the family, setting up a time for us to go to the home and try to just positively engage with the families in a setting that they're comfortable in. And I'd say that I think every school site has done at least one home visit this year already. So we do have our school social workers. We've got each middle school has one full-time school social worker. Our elementaries all split a school social worker. They really are play a tremendous role in encouraging attendance. I'll talk about our school attendance review teams here, I think on the next slide, but they all are a part of that truancy process, trying to make those meetings less punitive and more restorative and encouraging the students and families to come up with strategies on how they can get to school. We have a schooling services coordinator. So she's actually an additional school social worker who we were able to fund her through a grant that we got through Santa Clara County Behavioral Health. And she's based out of Piedmont Middle School, but does support the entire district. And her main function is connecting students and families with the various outside agencies that we have available. So anytime we have students that come up across the district who might need additional resources that we can't get, they'll contact Maggie. Maggie can get them connected with one of the various community-based resources that we have in the district. And then lastly, we have Care Solace referrals still too. So oftentimes when we have our attendance meetings with families, things will come up like, my child's anxious, my child has, various mental health concerns. And so we are still contracting with Care Solace to put in those referrals when necessary. So we've updated our truancy process. So I'll get to the DA partnership here in a few minutes, but in speaking with the DA, she was stating that if we do want to take families to the district attorney, because they're chronically truant and despite our efforts, we don't see improvements. One of the things that they need to see in order to take on a case is they need to see that we've really put forth all the different interventions in between the 3 levels of the truancy process. So after a student is unexcused absent for 3 days, it doesn't have to be 3 days in a row, but 3 days within the year, it will trigger the first letter of truancy, which basically is a warning letter. It tells the parents your child's truant, please be aware. If you need support, let us know. It used to be that the second letter would trigger after 4 days, but we've changed that to 6 days. So again, that gives us time to provide interventions to support those families in improving before we take them to what's called a school attendance review team. That's a site-based meeting that's held regarding attendance. Typically, it's just, like I said, school social worker, middle schools, it might be a counselor as well, and a site administrator, who again come together with the family to try to come up with a solution on addressing the concern. If the student continues to be unexcused, after the 9th unexcused absence, that triggers a school attendance review board meeting. And so that meeting is where I reach out to the families. They need to come meet with me here at the district office. The school administrator, social worker are also present in those meetings. The contract is very similar to the START contract, but it does have a little bit more teeth in the game, I guess you could say. Because if the student at this point now continues to be truant, we would then, if we followed this process authentically and we've documented all of our interventions, we would then be able to refer the student to the district attorney. At the district, we haven't been referring students for many years. And so that's one of my goals this year is that if and when it's needed, we'll be able to have that partnership with them. When a student's referred to the district attorney, oftentimes they'll require parents to take parenting classes. They'll have somebody who follows up with the student and checking their attendance. And then if the student continues to be chronically absent, then I believe one step they could take is potentially garnishing a parent's wages. So there is one other letter, because as I stated with those 3 letters of truancy, those are all for unexcused absences. We do also have just an excessive absence letter. So for students who are excused but missing a lot of days, there's also a letter that we send them to try to figure out a way to support them in getting back to school. Because as Josh mentioned, whether a student's unexcused or excused, it affects our funding the same way. So I met with the district attorney a few times over the summer. And one of the things that we'd be able to do is a DA mediation. And that is where if we have a lot of students who are needing to be referred to SARB, rather than having individual meetings, we can invite the DA to come here one evening. We invite all those families, and the DA kind of goes through what the expectations are. That would be in basically replace the actual SARB meeting. Again, after the SARB meeting or after DA mediation, things don't improve, then that's where we could take the students to RISE court. And it's basically attendance court where families are referred when our interventions have not been successful. The DA has offered to provide workshops and presentations for our schools and our families. And so actually she is going to attend Brooktree's Back to School Night. And she'll be doing a quick little presentation for the families with Ms. Dong. And then also we've actually contracted with the Parent Project as well. So another layer that we can offer Parent Project is the parenting classes that the DA can refer to. But we actually now have a contract with Parent Project where we can offer that class to families throughout our process. So if at the SART meeting or the SAR meeting, we feel that a family might benefit or parents might benefit from the parenting classes, we can offer that to them. And we would just, it's basically a 10-week series to help them with their parenting. So some of the ways that families can help us address attendance is to set a regular bedtime and a morning routine, get everything ready the night before so that you're not rushing to get things ready in the morning. As a parent, I know that struggle. Develop backup plans for coming to school if something comes up. Try to schedule medical appointments and trips when school is not in session. Or if you're going to have a medical appointment, still bring your kid to school. If you have a 10 o'clock appointment, you can bring them in the morning and pick them up, bring them back after. If your child is anxious about coming to school, talk to your teacher, your principal. We've got a lot of people, again, community liaisons, school social workers, counselors, a lot of staff who are there to support and make school a safe place for our students. And then if your child does need to stay home due to an illness, be sure to talk to the teacher for resources for makeup work so that you're not falling too far behind too quickly. All right, any questions?
I have a question.
Ms. Black.
The liaisons that you had mentioned, by the way, I like the restorative approach, so it's wonderful. But I was just curious about the liaisons, and they are liaisons for 1 hour. Are the liaisons in every school?
Yes, we actually, this year, we have all 13 schools with the liaison.
Okay, so they are liaisons for 1 hour. And how often do they visit when a student is either truant or absent?
So every day for that hour, they're basically spending their time either reaching out to, so right now we have, our community liaisons are funded through our CSACE program. So the one thing that I've had them focused on right now is the success scholars who were chronically absent last year, having them early on reach out, make sure that the students are coming to school. If they're not coming to school, contacting families to see what kind of resources that they need. But some of them have also used that hour to do a home visit during the day.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But yeah, so, 1 hour is hard because there's so much to do. But I will say that they're, I think, already off to a good start in terms of making those contacts and building those relationships.
So if they are to visit a student at home and they have that 1 hour, how many students do they visit? One or two or one
Typic-
family, two families?
Yeah, typically it would be one family in
One
that 1
family.
hour. Yeah, because by the time you drive to the home, go into the
Mhm.
home,
Yeah.
you have the conversation, it's at least probably a 25, 30-minute visit. You get back to the school site, there's not too much time left in that hour.
Is there a program where students who are improving, especially now, especially when they're truant and then they've improved their attendance, is there a program where you can gather all of these wonderful students who have improved and invite the parents and feed them and educate them and welcome them in school? I'm just saying all that stuff. I
Yeah.
did hear that. I know Vincy Park has that.
Yeah. So I
Does
wouldn't
every school have it?
Well, so I think every school in some way, shape, or form is
Okay.
doing some type of attendance campaign or encouraging the attendance.
Mhm.
In terms of a specific program to recognize those families,
Right.
I don't think that we have a formal program, but I do think most of the schools are positively kind of what I said, the positive recognition is positively recognizing those students who are making improvements. One thing about the truancy process in general is that it is a discretionary process. So if a student does get to like their second letter of truancy and they miss, maybe they don't miss for if a student's missing all the time, they don't miss for 3 weeks, and then they miss another day, and then they don't miss for 4 weeks, and they miss another day, don't miss for 5 weeks, and then they trigger the third letter. If that principal sees that there is significant improvement taking place, they don't necessarily have to refer the student to SARB.
I see. I was just wondering if there was some kind of a district process where they can be all gathered together, inviting all the parents and talking to them.
Yeah, I think
Educating
again,
them.
I think those are great ideas
Yeah.
and definitely something to take note of. This is our first year of really making concerted efforts and working with the site administrators to come up with their school-specific plans. Because the other thing I think, going back to some of the strategies and the importance of those home visits and the phone calls is we know that for the children, it's really a family issue because sometimes they're not in control of whether they get to school on time or whether they come to school every day. And that's why those personal relationships are so important, to be able to understand first what are those family dynamics that might be some barriers of getting to the children to school. If they're, personal family issues, or if there are health issues with the student or others, then we want to make sure that we utilize other resource supports that we have to be able to help them make those improvements. Because as much as we love to do any kind of like physical memento type of recognition to acknowledge improvements, we also want to keep in mind we want to do that in balance, because there's going to be children who don't have the means to be able to get there. And so our time and effort is spent first in really trying to get to know the families and what their situations are, so we can guide them along the right path with the most appropriate resources. But I think, having said that, we want to make it really a collective effort at school sites. We're going to be much more diligent in letting the principals know, here's where your overall school percentage is. Let's make this a collective campaign for your whole school community on how you contribute and kind of build up that culture.
So I know you just mentioned there are several reasons why students are absent, but what's the primary reason, the largest reason for why we have a chronic absenteeism, and how are we addressing it in ways that you haven't discussed already? And then my second question is, I would imagine one of those reasons is transportation. How do we address a family's inability to transport their student because of either financial means, or they just don't have a vehicle, or they just don't have the ability to because they're working?
Well, so a couple of things. In terms of transportation, for students who are McKinney-Vento, who are basically homeless or foster youth, we are able to provide bus passes for them. And so we do have quite a few homeless foster youth students within our district. who will provide those bus passes too. In terms of the main reason for students being out, honestly, it's day-to-day illness. And chronic absenteeism and truancy are actually two different things. So you can have students who are chronically absent but not truant, and you can have students who are truant but not chronically absent. So if a student misses 18 days of school, but they've called in every day saying, or the parents have called saying that, my child's sick, it'll be marked as excused, which will in turn then not trigger any of the truancy letters. And so, yeah, I'd say the majority of the reason why our absenteeism is the way it is because of excused absences. It's primarily at our lower grades. Yeah, all right.
Thank you for the question. So I was going to actually ask the same transportation related question. I was wondering, and might be a radical idea out there, but is there any way to leverage our bus services? I don't think they're going full right now. Is there any way to leverage our bus services to capture some of those kids and help them, come back?
In years past, we've actually used some of our bus services to pick up some of our students who couldn't get to the school on time. So once again, going back to some of the conversations about ELOP, we were actually able to, like, I know off the top of my hand, at least 2 or 3 families with 3 or 4 students each, and they had to pick them up and drop them off at several schools. And that is also part of our ELOP program, is that we do have those additional resources that did help support purchasing some of the buses. And so that is specific to help support those students.
Is that happening now where the students are being picked up? Not yet.
Not yet.
Well, we do. It is a case-by-case basis. In fact, right now we are in the process of getting, it's not one of our district buses, but it's a program called Everdriven that is, I guess the best comparison would be like an Uber for kids. And we do have 3 students who are currently transferring from one school to another. The mother cannot get them to school in the morning. One of the students is an SDC student who does qualify for transportation services, but because they're McKinney-Vento homeless and live outside of our district busing can't pick them up. So we've contracted with Everdriven to get all 3 of the students a ride. So there are ways to do it, but it really is a case-by-case basis.
In addition to that, and perhaps Kevin can share a little bit more, if you were asking in terms of an open bus transportation program for all students, you can keep in mind, I'm not sure how many years ago, but that bus transportation funding was eliminated from the state. So unfortunately, we do not have resources for that, but we do have some new opportunities for families that are in really challenged situations to be able to work with them in different ways.
Yeah, yeah. So currently there is not funding for that. So right now our transportation plan calls for our SDC students to have the first priority, and then subsequent to that, it's our unduplicated count students, homeless and foster youth students. And all of that is based on the capacity of our buses. And as Marla Zapata alluded to earlier, we were having some challenges with staffing in the transportation department at this time. So we currently, I believe, have 4 openings in transportation, 2 bus driver positions, the bus dispatcher position, and the bus driver trainer position. We're working diligently to fill those positions, but those are all vacant right now, and those are all positions that currently drive routes. The dispatcher position being the one that does not drive a daily route, but fills in as needed. And so right now we're extremely short in staffing, and so that's providing a lot of challenges for transportation at the moment.
So let's hope that staffing does, come back to the level that is acceptable. But I mean, it is important. Like, we know that attendance is important for more reasons than one. Financial as well as personal for the student itself. And there should be if this is identified as an issue for student achievement and with a financial impact to the school districts, then I would say the county should step up, the state should step up, identify these challenges and provide them. I mean, this seems like a very simple solution to get a larger bus and capture those kids that are unable to get to school by themselves. And it seems like a very simple solution. The buses are already out there. Just get in and go to school. Let's hope the staffing levels come back and we can try to find collaborate with some of our county and state partners to see if they could provide some kind of grants or something like that to help capture those students. But otherwise, thank you for the presentation. Excellent. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your engagement, board members. Really appreciate it.
All right, no problem.
All right. Next up, we have Measure L and Measure U construction bond program update. Dr. Fuentes.
Thank you. With that, we invite Tony Konistab, our Director of Bond Facilities and Modernization, to provide you with his monthly report.
Good evening, everybody. Again, this will be actually the first report, which is actually just Measure U, since we actually completed all of Measure L. Again, the picture here is actually of the not new, but the used to be the warehouse area, but it's now the Piedmont basketball courts. We transformed that over the summer. Okay, we'll go through the updates for each project and the schedule. Again, first thing we want to talk about is the projects we completed, which is the PA project at Morel, which is actually public address project. The fire alarm replacement, we completed Noble, and actually in the past 2 weeks, we completed Brooktree and Summerdale. And then again, the basketball court renovation at Piedmont. Again, projects that we have, we had out to bid this quarter, or this past month, is the rebid of the interior doors at, excuse me, 3 elementary schools, which was actually approved as part of the consent calendar. And projects we're bidding right now are the PA projects for Brooktree and Ruskin. Next slide is, of course, we have the site electrical for the portals at Piedmont. We're still waiting for actually all the parts to come in before we can actually bid that project. Again, we're hoping that comes in this month. Again, on Monday, they start the project, the PA project at Piedmont. Again, we think that's going to take about 6 weeks to complete. They'll do that at night. Yeah. Although we are lucky because we have Wednesday as the days off of school. So the plan is to actually start installing things and then actually get everything going on Wednesday and make sure it works so we can start doing everything at night after that. Again, fire alarm, the only one we have left of the 3 is Majestic Way, and that's going to be tested in 2 weeks. Security alarm, we're going to meet next week, and then that'll start in about 2 weeks. And again, that project will also happen at night. HVAC at the old district office. Right now, we're just waiting for the mechanical units. We expect those to come in January sometime and then install them by February. And then the Piedmont window replacement project, that actually is in shop drawings. We expect to get windows by the end of the year and start installing on the February break. And again, then we have the exhaust fan project. That's going to actually start up during the break in October, and they'll work on all the bathrooms and exhaust fans in the buildings themselves. That I think it's Cherrywood, Laneview, Toyon, and one other school I can't think of right now. And then again, we have the school monument signs. Those are going up right now. And then things that are in design, we have the warehouse project. That actually went to DSA last Friday for approval. And that'll take about 2 months. Again, once we get the other 2 projects that I just mentioned out the bid, then we'll start bidding other projects for the PA because we're trying to do them 2 at a time, basically. And then the fire alarm projects at Toyon, Vinci Park, Northwood, those actually go to DSA the beginning of October. We hope to bid those in December and then start those next summer. And then again, security alarm projects, once we are pretty much well into getting the other 3 done, we'll start on the next set of schools. And then the comprehensive, and I have to look at this to make sure I say this right, the comprehensive infrastructure renewal and utility assessment projects. Again, we're doing a lot of lighting replacements at I think Toyon's getting all the classrooms done. Cherrywood's getting all their lightings replaced. Ruskin and Laneview, and then we're doing mostly exterior lightings at all the other schools. Because a lot of the other lights that we replaced were done during Prop 39 about 6 years ago. Mechanical projects, they'll have some of the projects that are smaller units. Those are going to start hopefully in November, as long as we get the units in. And then the bigger projects, which are Majestic Way, Summerdale, and Brooktree and Toyon, those will actually happen during the summer. And then last but not least is the solar projects. Again, those will happen during the summer. Because again, the last two, those projects all have to go to the state architect for approval, and those will take 3 to 4 months to happen. And then our last projects we're going to start is the designing of the new fences at Cherrywood, Morel, Toyon, Vincy Park. Again, this is the picture of the starting of the renovation of the playground at Piedmont. Again, this is more of the existing courts that we had. Again, this is kind of what it looks like after we're done. Again, this is kind of just another view. Again, this is one before we actually striped, and I think we have a picture of it striped because these are all the existing ones we didn't touch. We basically just seal coated it, which basically makes it look like we painted it black. So it was nice. And then again, this is the warehouse where it used to be the warehouse, and now that's where all the storage containers are. Those used to be on the playground, which we ended up moving to the slab of the warehouse. And then this is the schedules of how we're going to complete each of the projects. And again, that's the existing courts that we resealed and restriped. Are there any questions?
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Questions from the board on this? I do have a question. I have a question.
Sure.
A couple of questions. So for the comprehensive infrastructure renewal and utility assessment, is there where the
Yes.
charging station, is that part of the
Solar.
Oh, it's part of the solar.
I think we're doing that at MOT, Cherrywood, Morel, and Sierramont. I think those are the schools we're adding them.
Cherrywood.
Yeah.
Hardly any space there now.
Pardon?
There's hardly any parking space.
Well, the solar is going to go actually on the other side.
I see.
Where the sidewalk is.
Oh, on.
So yeah, we have like the north side has where the solar panels are. They're going to go on the south side of the parking lot.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's good to know. And the signs. I'm sorry, I think I'm hungry. I'm losing my thought.
The monument
I do
signs?
apologize for that. But the signage in the front of the schools.
The monument signs.
So is that you're just doing that one project, right? I mean, the surrounding, is there any plan for the purification of the surrounding area, or is that?
That we
for the
actually
site?
have another project. We're talking about doing some other things for the frontage of the school. So right now we're just trying to replace what's there. So again, if there's lawn, we're replacing the lawn. Some of the schools, if it's about, some of them, we put it about 2 or 3 feet from the sidewalk. We're going to try to make that kind of decomposed granite so that we don't have to mow the lawns.
Yeah.
Right. So things like that.
Okay. Good. Yeah, those are the questions I had. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have the superintendent's report. Dr. Fuentes, please.
Thank you. I'm just monitoring time, so I'm going to make my report very brief. Just a few things to remind everyone of some important updates. This week, we launch our back to school nights at our schools. So this Thursday, we have our 3 middle schools hosting their welcome back evenings. And then next week on September 19th, our elementary schools will do the same. So our community and families can check in with their local school for times around that. Also, next week, there will be no school for students on September 18th. That is our staff professional development day. So want to make sure our parents are aware of that. And just two positive recognitions. I know Dr. McCreary went through all of our student data and our student performance, specifically talking about the different student populations that we serve and how we work towards bringing them up for success. And Summerdale was recently recognized as an ERP honor roll school just for that specific type of work. So really want to give them a shout out for that. And then also, when you heard our presentation on summer programs, we talked about a lot of different partnerships that we have that came in and provided that programming support for our students. And we just learned recently that we're going to be recognized as a Silicon Valley Ed Foundation District Partner of the Year. And so there's going to be a special award recognition for that on Saturday, October 5th. So we'll make sure you get that information. But I do want to thank Dr. McCreary and his Ed Services team. They're our direct liaison in working with SVEF and bringing in as many programs under their umbrella like Elevate Math, CSI, all of those good things. Are a lot of our math professional development opportunities, coaching support to our principals. They've been a great resource to our district over the years. And so we're really excited to be able to be recognized for this longtime partnership with them. So thank you.
Thank you for this. Thank you for your report, Dr. Fuentes. Next, we have comments and announcements from the board. Any comments from the board? Trustee Howell?
I have a quick one as well. I just wanted to also congratulate Dr. Fuentes for being going to be honored September 23rd for Latino Heritage Month from Assembly Member Alex Lee's office. And so I'm really excited. She's been able to help us throughout this entire school year and very many years in the district, and well-deserved award. And I hope that all of us can join, and I will be there as well to celebrate.
Thank you. And in reciprocity, Trustee Howe, congratulations to you for being honored with the Emerging Leader Award. Is that correct? Correct. Yes. And also Dr. Fuentes. So congratulations to both of you. We're very proud of you. Next up, we don't have anything in our review discussion. We have public hearings. We have public hearing for resolution 24-06 GAN appropriations limit calculation summary. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board conduct a public hearing to receive comments from the public regarding resolution 2406 GAN appropriations limit calculation summary.
Thank you for that. I'll now open it, the public hearing. Seeing no comments, I've closed the public hearing. Next public hearing is for resolution 24-02, sufficiency of textbooks for instructional materials. Dr. Fuentes, please.
It is recommended the board conduct a public hearing to receive comments from the public regarding resolution 2402, sufficiency of textbooks for instructional materials.
All right, open the public hearing for resolution 2402. Seeing no public comments, I'll close the public hearing. We'll go to review and action, and item A under business services, we have the resolution 24-06 GAN appropriations limit calculation summary. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board adopt resolution number 2406 GAN appropriations limit calculation summary to establish a revised GAN limit for the 2023-24 fiscal year and a projected GAN limit for the 24-25 fiscal year.
Is there a presentation for this?
Not for this one.
Not for this one. Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll move to adopt resolution 24-06.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. It's a resolution. We'll go with the roll call vote. Ms. Gomez?
President Srinivasan?
Aye.
Trustee Boak? Trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Trustee Haug? Trustee Nguyen?
Aye.
Thank you for that. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item under business services is 2023-24 unaudited actuals and fund balance. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board approve the 23-24 unaudited actuals and fund balance. And for this item, we do have a presentation for the board, and I welcome Josh, our Director of Fiscal Services.
Good evening again. Today we'll be going over the 2023-24 unaudited actuals. Pretty much what it is we close the books and we're going to see financially how we ended the year in 2023-24. Currently, we're in September of the budget cycle. In any one time in the budget cycle, we're probably working in 2 fiscal years. So we just completed last year and we're currently working in this year as well. So the unaudited actual process or the closing of the books is governed by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and they pretty much provide us with the standards on how to close the books. The reason why this is important is there's 2 specific items that actually get entered into the financial statements, but that doesn't necessarily mean more revenue or more expenses. So technically, we can either overstate or understate our actual revenue and expenses. The first one is the GASB 31, in which we have to recognize unrealized gains and losses of our investment pool. So basically what that means is our cash is held at the county treasury and they invest those funds. And as those funds increase or decrease through investments, we have to recognize those on our financial statements. The second one is the GASB 71. It's called the STIRS on behalf contribution, and we as a district, so the state makes a contribution to Cal STIRS, we have to recognize our portion of it on our financial statements, both the expenses and the revenue. It doesn't give us more money, it doesn't give us less money, but we have to recognize it on our financial statements. Okay, so basically, this gives you a breakdown of our revenues for the 2023-24 school year. Our estimated actuals versus our unaudited actuals. Estimated actuals were done during the 2024-25 adopted budget time. And our unaudited actuals is actually the closing of the books. So our revenues increased by about $941,000. However, the breakdown is as follows. So we increased by $463,000 related to a special education account reclassification. And so the SELPA, which provides us with our funding, gave us an additional amount for under the LCFF. All right, okay. So our federal funding, which is like Title I and Title II funds, are reimbursement based. And basically, we only recognize revenue as expenses come in. So we initially budgeted for $500,000. However, we didn't spend all that funding. So we still have that funding to be able to be spent in 24-25. However, we can only recognize up to how much we actually spent in the current year or the 23-24 year. State revenues increased by a little over $500,000. This is related to increases in our annual average daily attendance. So I know that earlier we did a presentation on our ADA in its relation to the LCFF. The reason why we did the LCFF is because it makes up about 80% of our total funding. However, we do receive funding based off of ADA for other items. So one of them is the unrestricted and the restricted lottery, but both are actually done under the annual ADA, right? So LCFF is done on the P2, and it's on average. Lottery, unrestricted and restricted lottery is based off of the annual ADA in that current year. And so we increased that amount. So we did get additional funding in the unrestricted side, about $370,000, and the restricted side of $316,000. Local revenue, what's included in there is interest. So as our cash is in the county office, we receive an additional interest. Interest rates are pretty high right now, so we're actually receiving a little bit more funding from that. We also do have 200,000 related to the Medi-Cal reimbursements. So this was not included in our estimated actuals because we really didn't know how much we were going to get. These are audits that were done in the prior year. So it goes back to, I believe, 2010 and 11, in which the state did an audit and reviewed and found out they owed us more money, and we received that funding in that current year. And then also in that amount is a $420,000 that's related to that unrealized gain in that investments that I was talking about earlier, right? So the GASB 31, we had to recognize $420,000, which isn't actual real cash to us, but it's recognized on the actual financial statements. Okay. And lastly, I want to kind of review the special education general fund contribution. In the current year, it's about, or in 2023-24, it was about $13.2 million. In 22-23, it was $11.4 million. So this can be contributed to the increases in salaries. So we did have the 6.5% increase in salaries. And we also had a lot of one-time funding in special education that we spent in 22-23 that we no longer received in 23-24. So we had to move those expenses over. So this is a picture if we were to take out the STRS on behalf payment, which is, I don't want to say a phantom entry, but it's an entry that we're recognizing due to the state's GASB suggestion. And so once you take those out, the actual the pooled investments or the unrealized gains, the total increase in revenue is about $684,000. And this is mostly attributed to the lottery increase. So this is a view of the estimated actuals versus the unaudited actuals as on the expense side of things. So $275,000 can be attributed to increases from us recognizing summer school in this current year rather than recognizing a portion in this current year and a portion in next year. Same thing with the classified salaries as well. Employee benefits decreased by about $300,000. This is because of that STRS contribution. We didn't have to recognize as much in closing the books as we did during the estimated actuals. Books and supplies and services and other expenses. You can see it's $217,000 and $745,000. This could be attributed to us not fully utilizing those Title I dollars I was talking about in that current year, as well as some decreases of the SPED contracts. So we do have special education contracts that we didn't fully utilize. So those go back into the general fund. We didn't spend as much money as we thought we were in the ELOP programs. And we did move some of the maintenance expenses to Fund 40 and Fund 14, which is specifically used only for maintenance. All right. So in taking out the STRS on behalf payments, you can see that the employee benefits actually amount difference is a little different, but the other items pretty much stay the same. So once again, the STRS on behalf payment is that payment that GASB requires us to enter and recognize the STRS on behalf payments. Okay. So what did this actually do to the beginning balance? So for the estimated actuals, our beginning balance is the same. Total revenues increased by $941,000. Total expenses decreased by $673,000, which actually increased our total ending balance by $1.6 million. So it's a good thing. We actually ended up with more money than we initially projected. All right, so this is the components of the ending balance. So for the unaudited actual side of things, we set aside $1.1 million for the reserve for economic uncertainties. Portions of the ending balance goes to required assignments for CSEA staff development and CSEA career ladders program. So at the end of the day, our unrestricted dollar amounts, or ending balance, I'm sorry, for the unaudited actuals is $8.9 million. So what does this mean for our multi-year projections? So we bring the multi-year projections during the 2024-25 adopted budget. And because our unaudited actuals, our ending balance increased by about, it increased from $600,000 to about $1.5 million. Basically, our total available for reserve is $4.3 million in the current year, which is about 4.8% reserve. Our requirement is about 3%. And that kind of flows through the budget year as well as the 2025-26 and 2026-27 year. So in 2026-27, 3 years out from now, we still have about a 4.8% reserve. However, the multi-year still does include all the transfers in from Fund 20, which is related to our other post-employment benefits. And it also includes all reductions that we have discussed in any school consolidations or any other reductions that we discussed in the 24-25 budget presentation. Any questions?
So sorry, can you repeat the last one? So the reserve includes assumptions of school consolidation,
correct,
site
so
closures. Is that
when we
correct?
brought the 24-25 budget and the multi-year projections, in order for us to meet our 3% reserve, we had to embed the reductions in school consolidations and any other reductions that were discussed. And so this just gives us an update of the ending fund balance, basically because we ended the 23-24 school year with probably about $500,000 more than what we initially thought we were going to. It pretty much flows through that full year. So we're in a little better financial position, but we still need to continue to make all those reductions in the 25-26 and the 26-27 school years.
Well, and just to show the historical connection to that through the board action, it began in 2021 with the $6 million resolution. That was the first action that the board took. The second action was after the commencement of the Budget Stabilization Committee, and they brought forth to the board their recommendations on how to meet that $6 million reduction. And upon approval from the board of those recommendations, then we have the ability to provide those cost savings into our budget to be able to meet our 3% reserve and show balance. If we did not do that, we would not be meeting our balance over the multi-3-year period that we're required to do so. And that's why as we continue to submit our budget to our Santa Clara County Office of Education, every letter response to us is a reminder of those steps that the board has taken and the necessary steps needed moving forward to ensure our district's fiscal solvency. And so just for our public, if they're not aware of those 4 recommendations that our board stabilization committee made. The first one was to review our district property and to consider property for sale or lease. And we've been actively engaged with RFPs in doing that. The second one was to look at our staffing and to do reduction of staffing, which we've been working through that. And that's part of some of the savings too that you've seen in today's budget with reduction of contracts and rethinking, our personnel support services. Then the third recommendation was school consolidation, which we commenced upon the board's approval of those 4 recommendations. And then the last one was for the board to continually review any opportunity for early retirement incentive plans for our employees to be cost savings, knowing that a significant portion of our budget, 90% or so, Josh, is accounting for staff salaries and benefits. So just a quick synopsis for clarity for our community.
No, I appreciate that. That's a good reminder, to always have how we came to this point. Any other questions from my board colleagues? Just one quick thing on the CSA's program. We are spending about 213,000 or so, right? That's what does it? Is that the?
That is a decrease.
Okay.
So,
That was a reduction.
the CSA's program, we are required to make a contribution from the federal funds that we receive for special ed. So, for example, if we were to receive $1 million from our federal special ed program, we need to contribute 15% of that. So 15% of that $1 million gets set aside specifically for the CSA's program.
Mm-hmm. And sorry. That funds the community.
Right, and all the other various strategies that are in place in that plan to support reducing, the lack of success they've been having based under the current program.
Good. It sounds good. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
I would like to just mention one more thing is, whereas our ending balance, we're required to have a 3% reserve. A 4% reserve is good. I would say that most districts would like to have at least a 3-month operating budget in reserve. And where our current payroll every month is about $5 million, right? So kind of gives you an idea where we probably should be as far as our ending balance is concerned.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you for the presentation. Is there? We need to. Oh boy, it's not showing. Okay, there you go. So this needs to be approved. So we need a motion to approve the 2023-24 unaudited actuals and fund balance.
I move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Next item under human resources, we have resolution 24-03 CalPERS electing to cease healthcare CTAB. Dr. Fuentes, please.
Yes, for the next 3 resolutions, I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Ricardo Cabrera, to explain the rationale behind these 3 resolutions, because it is a shift in our district.
Yes, the district is wishing to break away from CalPERS and go to CIS for health benefits. And as a requirement, CalPERS needs resolutions adopted by the board in order for us to quote unquote break away. And the reason we have 3 resolutions is because the way CalPERS has the district listed is by those 3 groups that are there. There's CTAB, CSCA, and Teamsters. So we need 3 resolutions in order to break away.
Thank you, Mr. Cabrera. And so to commence with Resolution 1, it is recommended the board adopt Resolution 2403, CalPERS electing to cease healthcare for our Education Association, which is CTAB.
Is there a motion on this resolution?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. A quick question before I go with the roll call is, we do have some individuals that are not part of any of these 3 bargaining units. How are they covered?
That is correct. The way the district went into STIRS is that it has them listed by those 3 groups. I think in 1999, it was one of the agencies, and then 2000, another one in 2001, the 3 agencies. And the way CalPERS has them listed, that's the way we have to provide the resolutions. So CalPERS are the ones that gave us those resolutions, and that's the way we're going to break away also.
So the question is, those that aren't affiliated with those bargaining groups, does CalPERS assume that they are all incorporated?
100%.
Thank you.
Even retirees. So everybody goes.
That's always good to know. All right. So we have a motion and a second on resolution 24-03. We'll go with a roll call vote, Ms. Gomez.
Yes, President Srinivasan.
Aye.
Trustee Boak. Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug. Trustee Nguyen.
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution is adopted unanimously. Maybe may I have a motion for, I can go with the motion, right? You already explained all three.
Correct.
So may I have a motion to adopt resolution 24-04, CalPERS electing to CIS, right? Healthcare for CSEA.
Move to approve.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We'll go with the roll call vote on this one as well, Ms. Gomez.
President Srinivasan.
Aye.
Trustee Boak. Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug. Trustee Nguyen.
Aye.
Thank you. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Next is the motion to adopt resolution 24-05, CalPERS electing to CIS Healthcare for Teamsters. Is that a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Yeah, I'll pick up two. All right. We'll go with the roll call vote, Ms. Gomez.
President Srinivasan.
Aye.
Trustee Boak. Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug. Trustee Nguyen.
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution is adopted unanimously. Thank you so much. Next item under Ed Services, we have resolution 24-02, 2024-25 sufficiency of textbooks for instructional materials. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board adopt Resolution 2402, sufficiency of textbooks for instructional materials for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
Second.
Is it moved and seconded? We'll go with the roll call on this one, Ms. Gomez.
President Srinivasan.
Aye.
Trustee Boak. Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug. Trustee Nguyen.
Aye.
Thank you for that. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Next up under bond program, we have Escon Builders Inc. change order number 1 for the restroom addition project at Toyon Elementary School. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board approve change order number 1 with Escon Builders, Inc. for the restroom addition project at Toyon School, bid B04 2023-24. This is a credit back to the district for $40,119.
Perfect. We'll take that money. Is there a motion to approve this change order?
Move to approve.
All right. So moved and
For clarification for Ms. Gomez, who will be taking the second?
whoever is the loudest.
Trustee Haug, thank you for that second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And motion passes unanimously. And at this time, we will reconvene to close session. We reconvene to open session, and we'll go with disclosure of action taken in closed session. Dr. Fuentes.
Thank you. With respect to agenda item 2B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, TM versus Berryessa Union School District, the board rejected the claim with a motion by trustee Nguyen, a second by trustee Boak, with a vote of 5-0. In addition to closed session item 2G, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, the board completed the superintendent's evaluation for the 2023-24 school year.
Thank you for that. We'll have, are there any requests for staff follow-up or items for future agendas at this time? If not, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned at 11:44 p.m.